17th meeting of the Buffalo Board of Education. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this right over to the superintendent for board recognition.
Colleagues, good evening.
Good evening.
Very exciting day. First beautiful day of spring in Buffalo. And Monday, April 22nd, is Earth Day. And we welcome grade 6 and 7 students from Dr. Lydia T. Wright School, number 89, and their teacher, Ann Landy. Miss Landy, where are you?
I'm right here.
There she is. In celebration of Earth Day, they're going to perform I Am the Earth. And it's a celebration of our Earth and the unity of everyone on it. So how timely is that?
Timely.
Lydia T. Wright, School 89, Miss Landy, whenever you're ready.
Write articles. What you do?
Are you guys defecting on your phone section?
Larry, I said I write articles. What do you do?
It's really low, and I don't know why. Yeah, it's not playing the way it should.
Good teachers always.
Yeah, so.
Well, that's what Ellen is saying. You should try to get your attention.
It's like,
I'll wait a little.
it's not picking up. Yeah, I think if we could just plug it in. The speakers are not picking it up. That's the problem.
Miss Landy, you're a great teacher. The students will sing out loud.
They will. They
And
will.
we'll be good
We're
doing
going to just try this
acapella.
one more time. Is there any way that we can plug in?
There's only the multiplier.
Just to plug in the computer to speakers. We have speakers? Okay. So you know what? We're gonna go. We're gonna make this happen.
Yes, that's how we do.
Yeah.
We're good.
So these are my singers, and they have a fantastic time singing. And I brought today the best of the best.
Wow.
So I'm just gonna grab my music that's over here.
89 in the house.
The best of the best.
Hey guys, we're gonna be singing that. Okay.
We got this.
I just don't know why it's not.
Murphy's Law.
I know, of course. No, but it's like, it's like, yeah, it's like, hold on.
Trying to get out of here. It's over 30 seconds.
I am the river flowing, I am the desert dry, I am the forewind flowing, I am the sunset sky, I am the forest breathing, I am the ocean wide, I am the storm clouds gathering, I am the mountain high, I am the earth, I am the earth, I am the earth, I am the earth.
members take that because that'll go down in our archives. That's precious. Very well done. No, it shows you what you did. They were terrific.
We're gonna need to really squeeze together, people. Come into the middle. Make a couple rows. Yeah, dominoes. Come on in. Beautiful, thank you.
Did you get one more? He looked now.
Oh, you did for all of those? Everybody look this way.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
And what else? Mark two leaves. You got some muscles here. You come out of football practice. All right. You too. Look at that.
Oh, you guys didn't need that shoulder. You were great. I think that would have drowned out how great that sounded.
Teach.
That was not an easy song. They did well. Very good.
Teacher, is this yours?
Great job.
Oh, that's, yeah. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Miss Landy. Great. Yes, thank you. You were our treat.
You're going to go this way, young people. You're going to go this way. Have a great evening. You are phenomenal.
Ellen, I go.
Got a voice on you.
Yeah. Did you hear it?
All of them. All of them. They show the youngsters.
Now we have.
Are they coming this way?
Sorry.
That seems that we need to remodel this facility. This time. We were going to look at these books.
We got a lot of people.
Is this Brianna?
Oh, I know the tech squad. You know these kids. Oh, yeah. They came to my summer camp and helped me set stuff.
They the bomb, right?
They are the bomb. This is a great group of young people.
Yes.
I think we better get over here. You better get over here, Patty. Yeah. I can be some kids. I know. Just stay right there. Ain't like anybody else.
That was good.
Oh my God, that's where your camera
What must be? Brianna, let me know.
Oh my goodness.
We have a family that got stuff. We're so proud out in the hallway. I'm sorry. It's fun. Thank you guys.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? I don't want you to feel nervous or anything standing there.
All right, colleagues, listen up, everybody. Can you hear me? This is a really, really cool recognition, and I want you to listen closely to it. The New York State School Boards Association recently issued an award to the Champions of Change for Kids Student Technology Leadership Program. The award letter states, "It has come to our attention that there is a creative program in your district that deserves a pat on the back. The Student Technology Leadership Program. And we would like to pay tribute to those who make it possible. Please extend our congratulations to your Board of Education and staff for all that they do for students." That's the New York School Boards Association. Now, they've created a banner praising our student technology leadership program. You can see it right up here. And then we now present to instructional technology and information technology coach Brianna Pride and her students. Now here's the key. Here's the key part of it. High school age. And I don't think all these students are high school age.
No.
That's high school age, Eleanor. But anyway, school age. How about that? School age student technology leaders oversee the summer refurbishment of some of the district's 11,500 laptops and tablets as part of Mayor Brown's summer youth program, while elementary aged geek squads, some of them whom are with us tonight, sort of like Best Buy, so geek is not a bad thing. It's a cool thing. And they troubleshoot and provide professional development for teachers within their school. Within their school. So bottom line, I'm going to finish it like this. Bill Rousseau, our current CTO, and I know Sarah Edwards would concur, and Brianna, we would not have these computers ready to go for our staff in the fall, last fall, if it weren't for these young people. So they make a big impact and a big difference, and we thank you. Thank you so much. Board members, anything you'd like to say? This is really great.
I have to.
Absolutely.
I run a summer camp out of my church, part of the faith-based initiative in partnership with BPS, and these young folks came out and got us set up, and I can't remember who it was. All of you look alike to me, but they were wonderful. They worked with the kids, and it was excellent. Excellent.
And I would like to say that last summer, too, I had the opportunity to visit and to see some of the work being done. I'm so impressed. Again, the support that you give to your fellow students and to your teachers is phenomenal. Keep up the good work. There's a job out there for you, and we want to make sure that you get it.
Or create your own, because you will have all you need.
That's it. All right.
All you need.
How great the students are.
The students are amazing. They really are going above and beyond to learn things outside of their typical classroom. They're staying after school. They're giving up their lunch to learn things that they can then share with their students and their peers. And our department would not be able to do everything that we want to do without your help. So I am so appreciative. You make me love coming to work every day.
Wow.
Brianna, last thing first. Do you think this is a national best practice or something that is on the rise as a practice that others can emulate? Are we leading the way in this?
We are leading the
Cutting
way. A lot
edge.
of other districts are using students to just fix devices. Our students are helping teachers teach with these devices. So we are leading.
Yes.
And talented staff lead the way. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, young people, finish the year strong.
All right, IT entrepreneurs. Woo-hoo!
Right.
Wonderful.
Thank you. They don't want to leave your meeting.
We may need help too. don't go far.
As a matter of fact, the
Thank you, Sam.
last recognition.
Wait, that's so good. You don't know this. Cover the age.
And these are their parents.
These are some of our staff that help.
Staff.
We have teachers from 37 and ITC from 76 and one from 92. Those are our newest programs. But we're hoping to expand this so that every pre-K through 8 has a text club.
Wonderful. Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. That's great. Great for diversity too.
We have more?
Okay.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the
Thank you, Fred.
Colleagues, one more recognition. Stand by.
Where are you getting those books, Jackie?
Oh,
You got
wow.
a bottomless bag?
Aaron had a whole bag. I was just gonna go through it and then just.
This was a worksheet we do. Mrs. Cotton brought up a couple of worksheets ago. Purchase when we purchased
They're beautiful books. I love, especially like the ones that are,
Karen.
Jessica Sykes is here today also.
is she?
Yeah, we want to show her our appreciation for making sure we got culturally diverse
Anything out there?
Deja vu. All over again. We're gonna keep doing this.
Gonna try.
All right with me. All right with me.
Okay. Where? Ella? You here?
Yes. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
The elementary books they ordered.
All right, colleagues, another great recognition for the young people in our district.
Yes.
For the second time in 3 years, a team of students sponsored by Western New York STEM Hub under the direction of Millikan award-winning science teacher Andrew Franz will have their science experiment launched to the International Space Station for testing by astronauts.
Now that deserves a Buffalo twice in 3 years. Put that
A few years ago, just maybe 2 short years ago, it was the Spud launchers from Claude and Weta Clapp, formerly Hamlin Park Community School, who launched potato spuds into space, you will recall, to assess the effects of microgravity on subsequent terrestrial growth. Tonight, we meet the latest winners of the Take Flight Space Experiments Program, a regional competition with more than 300 participating students from 13 area schools. Please welcome the 4-student team and teacher Andrew Franz from International Prep School number 98. And here are the students along with their magnificent principal, Ella Dunn. And I hope I have the order here, but Andrew, you can let us know. Soleil Witt.
Soleil.
Alejandro Arrigo. Joy Subtilis, Joy Elaine, and Joanne Everett. They're sisters. Now, listen to this. Their experiment is the effect of microgravity in space and Bacillus subtilis and later terrestrial behavior. Bacillus subtilis, for those of you who wonder, are bacterial spores. Hence, this year's team name is the Sporios. The launch is currently scheduled for July 8th of this year. And again, thank you for taking the Buffalo Public Schools to even greater heights out into space. Thank you. This is a big deal.
Just tell us what is it really all about. Break it down for the lay people.
Yeah, we'll be happy to do that.
In the room.
I just want to recognize the family members are here as well. Family members. Students need strong family support, and they you have it. So one of the sisters, would that be Joy? Joy, could you explain what this is about?
Break it down for the ladies.
So, Bacillus subtilis is a microorganism that is found in like fermented foods to help it break down. It's also in our intestines. So it's found in yogurt and fermented soybeans. And so what we're trying to do is see how it's effective in space, because if we wanted to see if it works, like if it grows or if it doesn't grow. Because if it doesn't grow, we need to find ways how to test it. Because if dead things are just sitting there, they're just gonna sit there. They're not gonna like decompose and get into the soil or the surface of whatever planet that we're gonna inhabit when later.
Gonna need to go soon. What you're doing is absolutely on point. I got it. Anybody got it? I got it. Well done. Well done.
On that note, I am presenting a motion to the Board of Education for Sporio funding for your travel to Cape Canaveral. And the motion is to support travel and lodging for Mr. Andrew Franz, chaperones, and the 4 glorious students in front of us to attend the space launch in Cape Canaveral, Florida, up to $5,000. The date of the launch is currently scheduled for July 8th.
Wow.
Second.
We have a second in Mr. Petrucci. Discussion?
You're fine.
I would just like to say that this is the second time this has happened, and I'm very proud of our students, but I'm especially proud of the sacrifice that Mr. Franz makes to make these things happen. And as a result of that, he's becoming a rock star. Okay, twice to be accepted for a national award through the space flight program is huge. It's something to be proud of. This is the talent that we have in our district, including the children and the teachers, and we're just proud to be a part of this. I am so excited for you guys. In addition to that, he went on his own campaign because we cannot use public educational funds for children to have fun, and he's raised upwards of, it's okay to say? Yep. $9,000 so that these kids can have a phenomenal time. They're going to do Florida up. Okay. Okay, but I just want to say one more thing on this. The relationship with Western New York STEM started as a dare, per se. The call came in to me saying that we do not have schools that can participate in this program, and we have knocked them out and proved them incorrect all the way across the board. I dare anyone to say what Buffalo Public Schools students and faculty and family and board cannot do. Bring it on. We will take the
What grade level?
We got 7 through 9.
7 through 9, and these young folks here are.
They represent them.
Oh, okay. Any 7th graders?
We have a motion on the floor.
No, we just
Dr. Harris, I'd like to.
This is the discussion part. You have to have a discussion.
Well, I didn't have a
was trying
discussion. I heard questions.
That's part of the discussion.
All right, all in favor, please. I think we can do this.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. We're so proud of you. We know that you're going to do us proud, and we're looking forward to the results of your experiment.
Pictures from the launch.
And pictures, yes. Let's have pictures.
How's the other one doing? Is it up? Still up?
Yes.
Well, it's done.
But is it up? It goes up and comes back? Okay.
In my backyard, I'm in like 4th generation potato.
But I thought they were going to Mars in 2020.
Excellent.
They never said that.
Colleagues, take a picture with the Sporios, please. Family members, come in.
I want to stand there. He's a rock star. We'll get behind you guys.
We can go on the other end, too.
Got family in there, good.
Sure. Hey, thank you so much. It works.
Is that your young man? I stand with your young man.
you. Are we ready?
Set it in my head.
You know, I'm going to ask you to actually stand up and just move back up a little bit.
I'm gonna need a split person.
Because when I crop, that'll look like you're disembodied.
Come in here.
Yeah, get tall down back like that. Perfect. You're going to go down again, Mom. That's good. You're good right there. Okay, got it. Let's do this quick. Thank you. That's a great picture. Thank you. Thank you.
Travel well, guys. Enjoy.
Well done. Thank you.
Just plant a seed and it just grows all around. Fertile soil, fertile soil.
Okay. We're going to go to the speakers at this time. I guess we can go back. The board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting, open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including children. This board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district mission, and the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. So I see making her way to the podium, before I have to call her name, Ms. Eva Doyle, retired teacher. Good evening, Ms. Doyle.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm here to make 2 special announcements. And since I might not see some of you as the board might change, I wanted to come today. I thought it would be, I wanted to announce that the scholarship I created in 2009 in honor of my late husband, Romeo Doyle Muhammad, will be 10 years old in July. I never thought that I would be doing this scholarship for 10 years. I always present the scholarship to students of color who graduate from high school in June. My husband, Romeo Doyle Muhammad, was a combat veteran in the Korean War who lost all hearing in his right ear due to the constant bombing. He served our country with honor and distinction. I salute all of our veterans for their service. This year, I'm very excited to announce that the scholarship will be sponsored by the African American Culture Center, the County of Erie, and legislator Barbara Miller Williams.
Wow.
This means I will have more money to give to the students. I thank several members of the community who have helped me, but I pretty much have struggled with financing this scholarship myself. It was not easy. I will send the information for applying. I'm not sure who to send it to, but I will send it next week. I am going to make one second reason I'm here is to announce a campaign. I am on to create a publication and information on my radio show, Eye on History, to educate and inform the entire Western New York community about the contributions of the black hockey players to the sport. From 1895 to 1925, the black hockey players of Nova Scotia were the sons and grandsons of fugitive slaves from this country who escaped to freedom along the Underground Railroad. I am doing this in support of Dr. Brown, his son, and all the young people of color who want to play hockey. This summer, and I'm the only person in the city of Buffalo who does Black History billboards. This summer, I will create a billboard in tribute to the black hockey players of 1895 and some of the moves that you see the Buffalo Sabres and other hockey players make. They need to improve a little bit. Came from these hockey players, and you can read about them in a book called Black Ice. Some of you know I have been having some health issues. So that's why you haven't seen me, but I'm back.
All right.
I'm back with a vengeance. I wish everyone running for office the best of the best. And I will paraphrase an old saying. You can't keep a good woman down.
Okay, next we have Mr. Stan Martin. Concerned citizen. Mr. Martin here?
I saw him.
Thought I saw him.
Good evening and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Dr. Cash and the board members, as well as the community, for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you today. As a graduate of the Buffalo Public School System, it gives me great honor to be here and share some information with you all in regards to a lot of the work that's been done in terms of helping teens, adolescents in particular, to make healthy decisions in regards to their decisions surrounding sexual health, education, and health services. In the interest of time, I passed out a brochure, some information for you all, and I'm actually just going to start on page 3 of the information packets that you have, and it briefly talks about some of the objectives that I would like to hopefully accomplish as a result of my time here today. And really, in a nutshell, I'm really hoping to share and highlight some of the information that we've been able to, some of our accomplishments, but also more importantly, where we're headed as a result of our partnership with Dr. Rossler's office, as well as with many of the teachers and parents who are here today. In your packets on page 4, you have a history in regards to our funding. Hope Buffalo is actually a youth and a community-led initiative that actually stands for health, opportunity, prevention, and education. And that acronym was actually derived from key informant interviews, listening sessions that we conducted with the community prior to implementation. Our focus area are in 9 selected zip codes, which primarily encompasses the east and west side of Buffalo communities in terms of working with children of color, black and brown communities. Our goal initially has always been to reduce teen pregnancy by 30%. And then as you go through your packet, you will see a chart that has data that's relative speaks to per 1,000 females between the ages of 15 and 19. Based upon our research, you can see in comparison to what our 9 selected zip codes where we're focusing our evidence-based interventions are, it's actually twice that in terms of every county and twice that of the state. And I want to say that we still are optimistic because as you see, look at the chart, the trends are going down. Trends are going down. We're having tremendous success with our partnership and also through the relationships that we share with the district. And we know that there's still a lot of work to be done. So in your package, you'll see, actually, this is a 5-year grant. We started in 2015. And our partnership with the Buffalo Public Schools actually began in 2016. So you have there a history in terms of the funding over the period of time to date, and roughly the investment has been a little more than $500,000. Okay, and that includes implementation across several strategies, and the implementation of evidence-based interventions, a robust referral and linkage program that requires the school nurses to go through a training, as well as you have in your packets a nice pocket-sized brochure that was developed by students from the Buffalo Public School District. This is the student version. Like adults like myself, there's a much larger version. All right, but certainly the district has been a champion in this regard, and I'm happy to say that we've distributed over 5,000 of these referral guides across the school district. Okay. Thank you. Having said that, in this climate, we are challenged with, in terms of budget cuts. Yes, okay, in terms of budget cuts. And one of the things we will hope to do is to really continue to partner with the school board and as well as the district to really identify what are some sustainable changes that we can partner with you all in order to implement a district-wide evidence-based intervention program. So hopefully you will have some time to take a look at this information, to mull it over, and if we can have another time to meet, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sir.
Mr. Scott?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Recently, the ACLU released a study titled Cops and No Counselors, How the Lack of School Mental Health Staff is Harming Students. The study concluded that schools which employ more mental health staff see improved attendance rates, lower suspension rates, other disciplinary incidents, expulsion, improved academic achievement and career preparation, and improved graduation rate. In contrast, no evidence was found that police in schools improve safety. According to the ACLU report, schools are the primary provider for mental health service. Students are 21 times more likely to access mental health support in schools than in the community. Insufficient to no access to mental health staff and prevalence of police are strongly associated with a disproportionate amount of students of color and students with a disability being suspended and criminalized. The American School Counselor Association and School Social Work Association of America recommend a ratio of 250 students per counselor and 250 students per social worker. In most Buffalo schools, there are one social worker and a half to full-time counselor per school. Therefore, some of our schools have a ratio of one social worker to over 900 students and one counselor to over 1,800 students. If you travel just 2.5 miles to one of the closest suburban districts, counselor-to-student ratios are as low as 233 students per counselor. The average in Erie County is 363 students per counselor, and the state average is 357. With 90% of our Buffalo Public School students exhibiting extraordinary needs, the ratios in Buffalo Public Schools are terribly inequitable. We must invest in more mental health staff to lower suspension rates and address disproportionality. I am currently working as an alternative to suspension specialist in Kenton. We have a suspension and disproportionality problem too. On a daily basis, I facilitate conflict coaching, mediation, restorative conferencing, and community service. One of our schools has strongly embraced this work, and we have experienced an over 50% drop in suspensions and an almost 70% drop in out-of-school suspensions from last year. I am seeing and hearing great things on restorative work in some of our Buffalo schools. Others still need a lot of help. Our students need more access to staff who can implement restorative practices and address social emotional needs and the high prevalence of trauma. I know that funding is an obstacle, but I'm asking you to put forth an aggressive ask to our city to increase aid by $2 million to fund 20 additional mental health staff. In the city budget, since 2006-07, the police have received an increased appropriation of $43.86 million, while our schools have received only $500,000.
That ain't right.
In 06-07, the police appropriation was $22.5 million more than education. Today, it's $65.86 million more. Taking this into account, an increase of $2 million to education and to our youth, to our students, to me, is not too much to ask for. Thank you.
Mr. Light, citizen?
Tigers in the house.
Ben, hi. Yeah. Watch out, I'll be collecting dues around the table. As we approach the end of our third year of the new innovative technology program at Lewis J. Bennett High School, I would like to tell you what is happening at our beloved alma mater. It's our Miracle on Main Street. I must acknowledge this with a huge thank you to many of the people sitting around this table this evening and to many people sitting in this room tonight. Thank you for your vision. I thank you that what I see when I visit Bennett is learning. As I pass by classrooms, there is high-level instruction taking place. Students are engaged in the learning process. There is a feeling of highly effective and innovative education. Now, I can't measure this instruction personally because I'm only a visitor. But when I heard the results of last January's Regents exams, I am astounded, and I know these results accurately reflect the high quality of instruction and learning going on at Lewis J. Bennett. English 3 students passed Regents exams, and mind you, with only 1/2 of year of instruction, with an 80% course success rate. And 46% of these students were at 85% or better. Similar results were found in algebra, with 75% passing and 5% with an 85 or better. The class was just 3/4 of the way through classwork. How about that for effectiveness? I thank you for Principal Alvarez's celebrations of success every 5 weeks, where students passing classes are acknowledged for their hard work and students needing help are directed where to get the extra assistance. I see students who truly desire to reach higher levels of success. Principal Alvarez assigns students to color-coded groups based on classes passed. All classes passed is blue, green is for all but one, yellow is for 2 failed, and red is for 3 or more classes not passed. If you haven't seen this color-coded system in play, it's a marvel. I could ask any student in the hall what color of success they have achieved, and I will hear them say blue, green, yellow, or red, but mostly blue. Students are involved in their success. Kudos to you for this wonderful system. I thank you for students being able to be in AP classes already as juniors, and more students are accelerated and projected to take more AP classes next year. These are Buffalo Public Schools students who have met the challenge. For me, one of the biggest success indicators at Bennett is with our 12-1-1 students. Through a highly innovative program, Principal Alvarez has our most needy population scheduled in classes with certified subject area teachers, along with their special education teacher and a teacher aide. This innovation has 10 out of 13 of our 12-1-1 students on track to get a Regents diploma. This is impressive. A population that typically drops out of school is finding a huge amount of success. I thank you for giving us a school where all students achieve. All of this is because of the data. Bennett High School is the best example of data-driven instruction that I've ever seen. So effective is this methodology that at this moment, if graduation was held today, 80% of the current juniors would walk the stage having passed all of their required grade level exams. But just passing the required exams isn't enough. Can I say more good? I just got the one more paragraph of good for you. You know, I usually don't say good.
Can we allow him more time? Oh, yeah.
But just passing the required exams isn't good enough. At LJB, students are required to take 4 years of math and 4 years of science. I thank you for guaranteeing rigor. And mostly, I thank you for the innovative, high-level, computer-based CTE classes our students are taking. Most impressive for this guy that doesn't understand anything about technology are the graphic design classes, the 3D printing, video broadcasts that look just like 6 p.m. newscasts, website designs, robotics, coding classes, and it just goes on. A 21st century practice. Thank you for preparing our students for real-life careers. I commend each and every one of you in this room who have allowed such excellence to take place. I salute your vision, I hail your assistance, and your persistence to break down any obstacle that would hinder the success of each of our wonderful young people. To conclude, to paraphrase a line of our alma mater, ever will our sons and daughters sing thy songs of praise. Thank you.
Rebecca Williams. That is great.
Hi, good evening, board members and superintendent. Good to see you again. I'm here today on behalf of the Good Food Buffalo Coalition. So our coalition represents over 18 local partners and 15 national partners. Since we launched in April, we've been working with the Buffalo Public Schools Child Nutrition Services to explore bringing good food purchasing program to Buffalo Public Schools, to the district. The idea of the Good Food Buffalo Coalition and this movement towards good food purchasing is to build on the foundation that the schools have established through its commitment to student nutrition, health, and wellness. The Good Food Purchasing Program is an innovative policy. It's a procurement policy that provides clear standards and strategic support to empower major institutions to procure local, sustainable, fair, and humanely produced foods, while also improving access to healthy, high-quality food for all our communities. In short, the program establishes baselines as well as improvement strategies along 5 values. So we understand that the district spends $13.5 million on food for our students and our school community. We see that money, that could be an economic driver for our region. If we are ensuring that the money that we are spending on food for our district is lifting communities out of poverty, is only being spent on vendors who are not polluting the environment, who are not valuing their workers, etc. We see these as key elements to making sure that we are supporting our region. So with that, we encourage the Buffalo Public Schools to be an example for the region in implementing the Good Food Purchasing Program as we reach out to additional public agencies and institutions. So a first step in bringing this program to the Buffalo Public Schools is to conduct a baseline assessment of the district's purchasing to understand the practices of our food vendors along this supply chain. And we've been working with Bridget O'Brien Woods with the Food Service Department, and we understand that she intends to submit a budget request for that baseline assessment next month at your board meeting. We are, in addition to working with Bridget, we're working with our national partners to make sure that that amount is a feasible amount for the district. But at this point, we need your support. So what we're asking is for you to support and provide resources to conduct the baseline assessment for good food purchasing. And we're also asking you to identify key district staff who can help us bring this program to the Buffalo Public Schools. Our partners are made up of African Heritage Food Co-op, Buffalo Parent Teacher Organization, the Buffalo Teacher Federation, Community Health Worker Network of Buffalo, Crossroads Collective, Fruit Belt Advisory Coalition, Grassroots Gardens, Map Growing Green, Northeast Organic Farming Association, Open Buffalo, Partnership for the Public Good, Sierra Club, SPCA for Erie County, UB Food Systems, and Department of Urban Planning, Ujima Company, West New York Council for Occupational Safety and Health, and the AFL-CIO. So those are our coalition partners locally. We have, like I said, over 15 national partners, and we are excited to work in partnership with the district, and we hope that you'll give us support.
Thank you. Rachel Baxter, community member. AKA the Science Maven.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Raven Baxter, and I'm a science educator at Buffalo State College, and I advise all the freshmen in the hard sciences at Buffalo State. I'm also formerly a corporate cancer research scientist and molecular scientist downtown in the medical corridor. And I'm here today to speak about some great opportunities that I'm offering through my nonprofit called Science Maven, Inc. We've recently launched the 2019 Science Maven Scholarship and Mentoring Program, which will select 2 local high school students and 1 college student to receive funding for purchasing textbooks throughout their first year of college, and also will receive intense mentoring support from me throughout their entire academic career. As a college educator, I see many students who fail out of their classes because they cannot the textbook. So the goal of the scholarship and mentoring program is to push Buffalo students through their first year of college by being able to afford textbooks and also receiving the personal and professional support to develop into the careers they'd like to pursue in STEM. So please visit SciMaven, SciMaven.com to learn more about the opportunity, and please encourage any local high school or college students that you know to apply. The video that you see being shown here is a silent excerpt from my web series called Raven the Science Maven. And the series is a really laid-back, relaxed approach to science education, and it features science lessons, public science experiments, interviews with professionals in STEM fields, as well as I will be hosting a spotlight showing the stories of scientists and engineers of color. And it's been really well received. And I've actually worked with some students at the Performing Arts Academy who have helped me with filming the series, and there's been a great expression of interest from students in Buffalo Public Schools to be involved with recording the series. So I'm really looking forward to the ways that I can potentially collaborate with Buffalo Public Schools to expand these opportunities to more students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Bauer-Walter.
Good evening. The topic that I'm speaking on this evening is violence and trauma, and I really want to start us out just grounding in this topic and the reality of it. So I'd like to actually invite people to participate in a short practice with me. It's how I start my day every day to connect myself to the work that I do. So I'm going to invite folks, if they're willing to do so, to join me to close your eyes or just soften your eyes or have a nice soft gaze and connect yourself to your breath and realize what a blessing it is to have our breath and to be alive and do the work that we do. I'm going to ask you for a moment just to connect to yourself and wish yourself health and happiness and peace and safety. And to then turn your attention to your family and your friends and your colleagues and to wish them health and happiness and peace and safety. And then to turn your attention to the wider community and even the world, and to wish the community and the world health and happiness and peace and safety. Thank you. As many of you are aware, we had a tragic incident where we lost a student at International School 45, where my children are a student, and this has had a really deep impact on our community. I have an editorial here that was in the Buffalo News yesterday about this incident that I will pass around to the board members. I really am encouraging us to think about how we are not reacting to issues, but we're truly responding and we're practicing what we preach. So when we talk about a whole child approach, which I've included on the back of the editorial there, what does that look like? Because violence and trauma doesn't start with gun violence. It starts well before then. And we need to be looking at how we're treating our children. Because suspensions cause trauma to our students. We really should not be suspending our students. Many of the folks that are perpetuating violence out in our streets, they used to be in our schools. Something went wrong there. We need to start earlier, and we need to move way upstream to prevent problems and stop reacting to them. So healthy food is violence prevention. Recess and ability to play is violence prevention. Children being able to develop social emotional skills, and that happens in places like recess, is violence prevention. We're going to have one of our community health workers who's speaking next talk about an incident that happened to her as an empowered parent, as a community health worker. So we have some major disconnects, and again, we really need to start with ourselves and take a good hard look at where are we failing our children. We have amazing things going on as we're seeing tonight. There's so much good energy and positive things happening, but there's some things that are happening that are incredibly tragic, and we react and then we sort of move on, and we need to stop doing that. So I'm asking folks to come together in a holistic way so that we can solve this problem and really truly be doing a whole school, whole community community whole child approach. Thank you.
Peace and blessings. Get my glasses. Hi. My name is Deatra Hassan. I am a parent of 3 Buffalo Public School students. I am a community health worker, an artist, and educator. I have degrees in psychology and clinical mental health counseling. I am invested in my community, and I help preserve African American culture and arts through Kwanzaa and Juneteenth Festival here in the city of Buffalo and around the world. Institutional racism is a problem in Black and Indigenous communities of color, historically and presently. If we do not address and challenge this poison, we perpetuate it. My daughter was recently suspended from school for talking back to her teacher. She was quoted as having said, "Mind your business." The teacher in the room called security to have her removed from the class. When she got home, she told me that she had finished her work packet and was helping another student and talking. The teacher had asked her to stop talking and she began to deny that she had been talking, when another student interrupted to say they were in fact talking. My daughter communicated to me that she was addressing that student when she said, "Mind your business." The teacher in the room did not correct her or mediate in any way. Instead, he chose to call security. When the security arrived, she commented with the F word. My daughter handed me a note that read 5-day suspension, stating that she told the teacher, "Mind your business," and later responded to security with the F word. The letter further requested a meeting with a parent after she returned to school, which would be after spring break. This just happened last week. I am sharing this story with you because if there was a policy and practice in place to implement restorative justice and restorative justice practices inside of our schools, this situation would not have led to a student being suspended from school for even 1 day, not to mention 5 days. Subsequently, I was able to get her suspension reduced through the help of Dr. Rosser, who called me once my name was placed to speak here today. I think this is unacceptable. Most parents do not attend school board meetings or even believe that their voice matters. This is an ongoing disconnect between communities, frontline communities, and institutions. It is up to us, parents, administrators, teachers, to let students know that we care and we want to educate them and we want them in school. Ashe, thank you.
Hi, I'm Eve Shippens. I'm a Buffalo Public School teacher. I am also a Buffalo Public School parent, alumni, and one of the co-chairs of the Buffalo Parent Teacher Organization. Here again, just reinforcing what I spoke about at last month's meeting about grief and how it affects our school community. About a week and a half ago, I was at a friend's house and my phone started blowing up with friends of mine who teach over at 45 about the loss of the student there. I do have to commend the district and our board president for the prompt response. I do think that it's a much better response and much more timely than in the past. But I do want to keep on putting pressure on the board and the superintendent that that grief is a very serious issue. It impacts every single person in the Buffalo Public School community. When our students are lost, it has a tremendous impact on the teachers, the aides, assistants, the entire staff, the bus aides, the bus drivers. To go back to school without healing first, you come in and you're carrying this grief and you're trying to be professional and you're trying to think of test scores and making sure everyone is okay. But part of, across almost all cultures, grief is something that we share together in. It's a public display that we get to have a moment together that we share. And that's something that I think, again, the Buffalo Public Schools needs to come up with a real crisis plan for when these things happen, because it is an unfortunate thing that does happen, whether it's through violence or accidents or just illness. And it's something that a lot of people are walking around our schools still grieving and not having an opportunity to come together and release this grief. Since the last time I spoke at the board meeting, I've been approached by a lot of former students and a lot of parents that I've interacted with, and they told me how much it meant to them to know that I cared about their kids and I cared about their peers as much as I do, that I would stand here on the verge of tears. It's healing for the community to know that we are one community, that the parents, the staff, and the students are all in this together, and it's all about humanity, and it's all about, you know, really, really caring for each other. And that's something that I'd like the district and the board to really put some policy behind. Thank you.
Dr. Cat.
Colleagues, I don't know. I could respond to each of the poignant comments that were made tonight, but I think I'd rather let each of the speakers' comments sort of just resonate on their own merit tonight. They were all different. They were all clear. I think I'd just let it be that tonight.
Well, I would like to thank our speakers, particularly Raven Baxter. I met her at the Western New York STEM's annual meeting, and she approached me. And for a young lady to simply want to give back to our children is huge, you know. But the fact that she is so accomplished and success looks like her is very important. And I really would like to see that that we take her up on her offer to work with our young people. I would like to get her over into my schools and make sure that the young ladies see what success looks like. And the fact that she is mentoring and tutoring our students that are coming from into college is huge. And I want to thank her. And she also did not say, but I heard her share that she has videos about science that on her website and things. So she's done a lot of great work, and I'm looking forward to working with the community. Thank you. Western New York STEM, go to those
Thank
meetings.
you, speakers and everyone. We will move on to superintendent's update.
Colleagues, I have three matters to bring to your attention. The first is that the mayor and I met for maybe the third time in recent weeks today about partnering with one another as a city and a school system with IT services. The city is struggling right now with the need to join a system with a big bandwidth that will handle their needs and at the same time not infringe upon or hinder our instructional and informational technology needs. I'm comfortable at this time that the partnership should move forward. I do see it as a mutually beneficial partnership, we would yield somewhere in the neighborhood of $350,000, $360,000 a year on our side of the house, and the city would yield certainly a savings of about $10,000 a month, in addition to not having to develop its own infrastructure, which could be considerably costly. So it's a partnership that is just the beginning of, in my mind, a city moving and looking visionarily to becoming a smart city. Smart city where there are many,
Here's
many.
what I found on the web for moving and.
Interesting. So I like the spirit of that. I think that if we show in many opportunities as we can, as you can see on this agenda, as you saw earlier with the Student Technology Leadership Program, with the Mayor's Summer Reading Program, Workforce Development Program. We now have 21 community schools that are in full operational mode. The community is welcome to use and benefit from those community schools, rather than the city have a need to build perhaps more community centers. So those are ways that we can save money, that there are efficiencies of scale that I just think is exemplary. And many cities talk about it and board, education board, but not as many do that much about it. So we're actually trying to do something about it. I'm in the market for a new CTO. Just had sort of an interview today of one of the finalists. The city has hired and put resources behind their chief technology officer. And so there are a lot of opportunities even yet to come. This is sort of the beginning, a start. And I have a team that's pretty tough, and they beat up on questions like that. They want to know, well, what's in it for us? What are we going to get in return? And how much is this going to cost, and that kind of thing. And I get all of that, and I ask the same kinds of questions. And I've prepared information. I had the team prepare information around this very issue. But at this point, so that the mayor can move forward and begin to set his budget and anticipate savings to the Common Council and to the city, and so that we can come to you and show how we've continued to close the budget gap. I want to make this sort of an informative piece. We haven't signed anything, not signed anything. But I don't, if I see any big gaps, we talked about it. If there's something major missing here, then we'll certainly have that discussion about it. But I don't have any problem saying to you tonight that we should move forward on this partnership and see what it yields for us. So that's the first item. Comment, questions?
Ms. Cotman and then Ms. McCoy.
Sure.
Well, do you want?
No, I really would like for you to go first. No, we'll follow you. Thank you.
So, I guess my question is, have we had any conversations with the mayor in regards to providing this district, our students, with additional money comparable to what's going on in other school districts, short of the $22 million that we are not receiving, that Rochester receives for a smaller school district? I was just wondering if we had any conversations during an election year for the Common Council that in regards to increasing funding for the children of the city of Buffalo.
Yeah, my understanding, colleagues, of course I've asked those questions, is that the city is strapped. The city is in a difficult quandary financially right now. The district has received good support from our legislatures, certainly this year, over recent years. As I understand it, the city municipal funding from the state has remained flat for 10 years. And so the city is looking for creative, innovative ways to first try to balance the budget and get it before the parties, just as we're doing with you right now. He has to get his budget before the council and move it through the process. And so it's as I understand it, it's a very tough year. Maybe it's been a tough couple of years for the city, and this would help the city. It's a partnership, and then we could go to the state and to the Senate, for example. The state funds initiatives like this. They like to see collaboration among governmental entities, and then we could be in qualify in the future years going forward. I think we might have missed the deadline this year, but going forward for funds that would come back to us and be shared in kind. So certainly we've asked those kinds of questions, but it seems to me that at this point, you know, I trust the mayor says that they don't have the resources.
Well, you know, they may not have it, but for a while there was plenty of money. And here's what my concern is, Dr. Cash. Okay, because we, inside of our school buildings, we deal with all the issues that are in the community. And if it's a priority, it happens. Okay, so my concern as a board member who's been sitting here since 2011 is that the city has not given us funding when it was not a difficult period of time. Okay, so I'm glad you're working with the mayor, and I'm glad to see that, but at the end of the day, if it's a priority, it happens. I would like to see the city provide more resources for us in regards to the gang activity and the violence that's going on in our, if just that. If they can just help us with that little piece so that we can get those students additional support in dealing with the violence issue and learning how to cope and not fight and kill each other. Just that little piece. You know, I don't know where the money would come from. Maybe I'm sure it's there somewhere if it becomes a issue that's priority.
Indian casino revenue.
Okay. Paulette knows where the money should come from. But no, I'm just saying that this is something that's a concern that we need to have our do some work with our young people about stopping the violence and the gang activity, and we need help to do that. And I don't see why the city can't partner with us with some money that's coming through to make that happen for us.
I think that can happen. That's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Ms. Nicosi. So I take it that this is just informative, and I actually respect the fact that both parties are coming to the table. I do feel some kind of a way because the city's in a little jeopardy, and now we're important enough to talk to, and I say that publicly. But I do want to say moving forward that I'd like to see a part of what the education, what it looks like for what we deserve, for what we haven't gotten in the past, what we get in the future, if we're going to be going and lobbying with state and federal together as one. How does that work for us as a city, but then how does that also benefit our students too? So it's not just always a collaborative effort, because it has to, you know, have a separate kind of stream for both sides too. So I'm just hoping that that's, you know, moving forward, that's where your conversation goes as to like, this is what we do together, but this is what I'm hoping we get on the education side of it. I'm just putting that out there, that, you know, that power is set since they're coming to us for some help, so
yeah,
there's got to be a
our request is the same as it's been, a $2 million increase to the MOE, the maintenance of effort. I think you saw on the sheet that was passed out by one of the speakers, it's been pretty flat as well for 10 years or so, at about 70 million. So I've asked for, you know, each year that I've been here on your behalf, I've asked for 500,000. Not just take, you know, give it and bring it back, but at 5 and then on top and then on top, so that over 4 years that MOE grows to 72 million, which I think is reasonable. I think is reasonable with all of the things and sources of revenue that may be coming in from new assessments and property tax assessments and so forth. But nonetheless, I'll take the mayor at his word that it's a struggle this year. I heard his State of the State speech, and it did indicate that everyone was going to have to pull in. But I do want to help. I want us to help as long as it's not hurting our capacity to provide the services that we need on children. And so I looked at, we had a committee that looked at security issues, that looked at the physical space issues, the network traffic questions that we had, computer power, environmental needs, financials, migration costs, and then the overall risk for us combining the systems. And at least at this stage, I'm satisfied with the analysis along those areas. Be happy to answer anything you might have around those issues, because those are common issues and questions that I know my team had. And but we're going to continue to do our due diligence around it, sort of like the old street saying, we don't get any okie doke,
That's what I'm getting.
But I get that, and the mayor and I tease each other. You're from Brooklyn. I have another degree in streetology myself, the master's degree. But
he's a Queens guy.
Yeah, he's Queens guy. So we talk like that. That this, as long as that we're not doing that to each other, and this is a big benefit for each other, then we'll be. I think we'll be good. I think the board will understand, and you know, it'll be a beneficiary to the city, and it'll help us as well. We do have plenty of band space. You know, that was sort of our first question, and we have it for years to come as more and more is going on to the cloud, and that kind of thing. So I'm not concerned that way. But we also have some prized assets sitting out there at Harvey Austin and at West Hurdle. If you haven't seen it, it's a really sort of state-of-the-art infrastructure that we have there, and I just didn't want to compromise that asset in any way. So right at this point, colleagues, it is a bit time sensitive. I'm sharing it with you, and I'm going to certainly do our due diligence. I hear Ms. Cottman's concern and question, and we'll keep all of that at the front of the table on this particular issue.
We're here from Mr. Petrucci.
And you as well,
Ms.
Mr.
Jay, Ms. Woods, and Dr. Harris-Taylor.
Yeah,
In that order.
It's a unique opportunity because the district has a better infrastructure when it comes to technology than the city does. So it's a unique opportunity to partner together to do build out that will increase, you mentioned bandwidth, they'll increase internet activity or connectivity for all of our students. It will really benefit all of us. And there are a variety, not just cash sharing, but there are a variety of different resources that the city could bring that if we wanted to tap into. So not just, if not necessarily dollars, but resources, whether it's property or police officers or other type of things that we would need.
Ms. Jay.
Well, I just want to be sure, because when they came and spoke about this a couple of months ago, I think we were all enthusiastic about this idea. But I just want to be sure that we have an equal say and a seat at the table.
Mm.
And there was talk about a board member being present in whatever committee was being developed, and I had kind of raised my hand. I mean, I'm happy to, but I just don't want to see us get shut out of this. Whatever is, I think we need to be there. We need to represent. We need to have a voice there from the Board of Education.
Oh, you mean the board shut out or the district? Because I think what happens sometimes is, this is a great initiative, but it's an initiative that is being that's being initiated by the mayor. It's not like we went to him; he came to us. So my point is that I want to make sure that we're involved as the process moves forward. Sure.
Ms. Wood, Dr. Harris-Taylor.
Okay, two things. One, when I spoke to the education committee chair, he said that the city is more receptive when we say we want like $2 million specifically to address the violence issue and target the money to something like the social workers and police psychiatrists, because then they can, I don't want to say bragging rights, but they can say, this is what we gave the money for, this is the impact we've made. You may get a more positive response if you're willing to say, this is what I wanted for, rather than the general maintenance of effort. So that's just what the chair kind of indicated to me. But the other question I'm asking about the collaboration. Erie County just passed, County Executive passed that they're going to put $2 million capital project into infrastructure, and I'm wondering if you might want to have a city school county cooperative, because the county executives indicated that is something that he is specifically targeting money and made a big splash about. So that may be you might be able to get another partner.
You're referring to the internet, the countywide internet proposal?
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
I think it's an interesting suggestion too.
Yeah.
Thoughtful. I think the more governments can truly collaborate around some really practical things. In my humble experience, you can yield millions of dollars on some simple things, but it gets sometimes jammed up. Now, when the executives say they'd like to do it and are willing to help push through the bramble to actually get it done, then it's promising. But I can tell you that, Mr. Pritchett and I would love for, I just give an example, the top 5 commodity buys of any district around paper, toilet paper, paper towels, cleaning fluids, what you clean bathrooms and furniture and woodwork with. All of those are idiosyncratic to the folks who do that work, as opposed to going and getting a tremendous bargain because you're buying in bulk, and it can translate into millions of dollars. I mean, I understand, but it's harder to get people to do it. But I'm at that point where that's what we're interested in, and then I hear you say push it. So we'll reach out. Maybe we'll reach out to Mark Poloncarz and see where he is on some of these kinds of initiatives. Okay? Thank you.
My comments are similar to Hope's. When the gentleman came, I forget his name, here to present, we had a really good conversation, and we suggested a number of things, and we had questions that he was going to get back to the answers. So I think a board member needs to be in that collaboration. But I think if they really want to collaborate, because sometimes people want to collaborate, then they want to take it. They want to take it and they do all. I think he needs to come back and he wrote the questions down. He said, I think he needs to come back.
Right here.
But we didn't get them.
Yes.
So I think he needs to respond to the board with the questions and comments we gave him. I mean, that's a great way to start if you want to have
collaboration. Yeah, he'd be happy to do it.
We'll be waiting.
I'd like to add just a point, hopefully to conclude the conversation. But, in terms of collaboration, I think you mentioned Councilman Wingo and the Education Committee. Well, I'm not sure what that Education Committee does, because if it really is to be collaborative, they should be talking with the board. And so, again, the government partnerships, internal partnerships or external, whatever, really need to be nurtured in as far as the district is concerned, because we don't see it, and it's not enough to hone in on an issue every once in a while and bring forth, a discussion or a forum, but not come to the board and say, let's have members talk together about how we can, as a city and as a district, improve services to our constituents, which are our children. The other thing is, I think that at one time this board used to have really regular meetings, lobby meetings, what have you, a breakfast with our elected officials. We need to go back to that and have some opportunity to meet with the elected officials informally, formally, share what's going on with the district. And I know staff does it, but it's more impactful, I don't mean that, it's not more impactful, but in a different way it's impactful when it comes from board members. So I would hope that we would go back, or you all would go back, to doing something like this annually, biannually, what have you, because I think those conversations are important, and I think there's value in them. I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you have another item.
Colleagues, number 2, very quickly, but I think usefully, staff have provided final edits. I provided my final edits to this document. It's a very nice piece, front and back, and we're going to email it to you tonight or tomorrow. Is Janelle here? Dr. Morris, if you could send that to them, to the board for your final review. This is a very, very nice piece, colleagues, that has a lot of valuable information on front and back for you at a glance when you're out there and about, not only to talk about, but to reference. And it has both strengths on here, but has areas that clearly we need to continue to improve on as well. So I like that staff put that together. Want to commend particularly Janelle Morris and her team, but all of the cabinet and staff have worked on this. So if you'd like hard copies, we can get you those as well. Dr. Morris, I don't know if you have a color printer. Is that something you could do tonight, or would it have to wait until tomorrow?
We'll print them out tonight.
Okay, so we'll get you some hard copies.
Great.
All right, and then number 3, colleagues, just by chance, you believe in spiritual chance, don't you, Miss Cotton? I know I do.
Not at this age. I believe in no coincidence.
Huh?
That's what the Bible says.
That's what. No coincidence.
Oh, no coincidence.
I think we're divinely ordered at this point in our life.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Let me pass this this piece
The
out
Lord
to
is
you.
working with you, Dr.
Because I had a chance meeting today with a person that you, let me just share this, okay? Let me go that way, go this way, and that way. This gentleman's name is Anthony Zeiker. And he and his wife, Anthony Zeiker, he produced and created the CSI series. The Miami, the New York, the original CSI, long-running, award-winning TV show. And he did very well with that, clearly. But what he wants to do now is give back, make impact back to young people. And he is raising money through foundation to then provide at no cost to districts these very, very, I think, absolutely wonderful books to our students. Now, they're trying to produce 4 per year. These are designed for 11 to 17-year-olds, which we know from a literature standpoint is somewhat of a gap to find material that really grabs them. But here's, for example, we talk about what is your story instead of what is wrong with you, right? That's a mindset shift that we're working on here. So these are all stories by real kids, real young people. So this one's called Mend, and it's written in that graphic novel format that kids like, They like the graphic format. And Mend is about a story, heartbreaking, of her parents went through a divorce. Okay, and then they talk about all of that and how that affects your health and wellness as you go through school. But at the end of it, there's resources, and there's resources for teachers on this. At the back of it, it has an expert to help talk about divorce with young people and their parents, and then it gives you 5 tips that are educator and parent, for parents and for the student, him or herself. So it's a very nicely structured piece. It tells you a little bit more about the child that's actually featured in the book, her story, so forth and so on. There's a website and everything. So Mend is heavy, and people, we can all get that. Colorblind. Here's a young boy, African-American boy. He was just 8 years old. He and his brothers were roughed up, handcuffed by police officers, and then, of course, it left him angry and depressed and suspicious and hateful and so forth. But then he began to have a better communication with his uncle, who was incarcerated, who turned him on to, some great African-American leaders, male and female, and began to lift his esteem and so forth. So here's young Jonathan Harris, and again at the end, you'll see him as he's growing, and then there's an FBI, really looks serious, doesn't he? But he's the expert on this, and then the 5 tips. So a young person can get a lot, reading that. And he's going to give us these free all over the district for 11 to 17. Click is about the story of cyberbullying. And this young lady was cyberbullied and the impact on her, but then, how she was able to turn the tables and so forth. Again, an expert, and then five tips and so forth. And then last but not least, colleagues, we're all raising precious girls, for example. This one hits to the heart. I'm raising two beautiful grandchildren right now, and this is called Imperfect, and it's about a young lady. She was only, what was she at the time? I don't know, 6 years old, and one of her relatives told her that she was too fat to sit on her lap. Get off my lap, you're too fat. Now, relatives can play and do that, but it had an impact that led to bulimia and anorexia, and her whole life she was loathing herself. Got down to 70 pounds, near death, and then she finally found the help she needed to accept her imperfections and cherish her life. And you can see that she started to make a comeback there on the back page. So, sure. But again, easy to read, written for the youngster in mind, and then that was see coming through, and they show the pictures, her family, and then here's an LCSW who is the expert and then provides some tips and so forth. So I think this is really, really cool for to be given to us and then to get out there when children are surrounded by literature and by books and reading. That in itself is a booster for academics. But this is about whole child, which we talked about earlier, about the whole child, and that's what we're about here in this work. So do you provide direction for me to pursue trying to get as much of this into our libraries and into our children's hands as possible? Because he'll fundraise, but he wants to know if we're interested. I said I'd present it tonight. I just met him today, and I think he'll be very excited to hear that we're interested.
Dr. Cash, can we also think about expanding our, and I'm not sure exactly what they're called, Dr. Rosser, but our community credits that our children need? What is it?
Community service credit.
The community service credit is called, and utilizing maybe if they read 4 books or whatever, they can get a half a credit or something. Can we try tying that into this, and then also taking the age group or down to 8th grade, and maybe require a little bit more as far as those service awards? Because what's happening is that if we can give our children an incentive, we may be able to get them to be able to read the whole series, and then they can do a report on it or something or whatever. But I think community service needs to start around the 8th grade in preparing our young people, as we were talking about earlier, reaching them early in life. But if we can maybe start connecting something like this to that, because learning this will ultimately make them a better citizen, and that's what community service is about.
Yeah, and then write about the experience.
And write about it, tie it into something.
I mean, I like that. Colleagues, Ann and others, you know, I know in college it's easier, but in high school, I don't know, for credit, a different kind, but it has to be a substantive, stimulating, you know, it has to be harder than actually a course kind of a thing. But it's incentivized, and it becomes personalized. I'm for that kind of thing. If you can find a nice loophole for us to be able to do it.
I'll double check, but I believe it's part of the PIG econ curriculum in 12th grade, so we can look into that and see if there's other opportunities.
But I want to start. I hear you talking about in that middle school, starting to get these young people staying in the game and on their work rather than with the esteem. Often is where you get off into other groups is because of the esteem issues. And but I just think this is terrific to run into this individual who really wants to give back, and so I'll pursue this. And thank you for that. You got that note?
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I also ask Maria if she might also kind of get some feedback from? Yeah, we wonder if you got some feedback from
11 to
students.
18. 11,
Right.
Yeah.
And particularly about the series. Great about that.
I could just add a little thing. As I go out and visit the school in middle and high school, you talk with the SST folks, and sometimes while we have this big initiative for literacy, they sort of feel like, I wish I had titles and things I knew that I could bring in some literacy work. There it is. That is a great opportunity because they're talking to the student about something. Sometimes it's hard for the student even to convey to them all that's going on. This is the tool.
But even a child writing about it. This is basically just a child writing about her story or his story.
Right.
And
but that's what a social worker would have them do, to write something. So it really is a wonderful thing, even special.
Thank you.
All that stuff.
Got it. Duly noted. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right, board members, regarding the agenda, may I have a motion, please, to accept the minutes of the March 20th board meeting?
So moved.
Mr. Petrucci, seconded Ms. McCosey, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? In the committee reports, Ms. Hotman and Ms. Sammy, if you want to bring your resolution forward too at that point. Because I know Ms. Sammy has to leave. We want to make sure she has opportunity to speak on it. So we'll start with committee reports with Ms. Sammy and Belton.
Okay, so yesterday Ms. Cotton called me yesterday and she talked about the National Arab American Heritage Month, which is this month in April. And we have a resolution and she's going to give you more information
Okay, so we know that because the resolution has come to the table beyond the 48 hours required by the board, that we need to have a motion that is passed by 2/3 or to put the motion on the resolution on the table. So make the motion.
Fellow board members, I am asking to move this resolution forward today for discussion and possibly vote. It is in regards to basically our culturally and linguistically responsible program and diversity and a calendar. And I understand it was brought to my attention after very late in the week, but because of the fact that we will not have another meeting this month, and this is a timely resolution, so I'm asking for the board to allow us to move forward and have a discussion on this today. May I have your permission?
We have a second?
Yes.
All
Thank you.
right, I'm going to do this formally. Second by Dr. Harris-Tig. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none? Thank you.
All right. So I was approached by one of our community leaders to talk about that April is Arab American Heritage Month. And this recognition piece has been in the back of my mind as far as moving the district into a more diverse and culturally responsive calendar. So I put together a resolution, and it's co-authored authored at this point by our student representative. And I am asking other board members, if you would like to sign on, please let us know and we can make the necessary additions. But it starts out by basically saying, it talks about the diversity that exists in our school district. How we have approximately, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but about 33 plus thousand children from pre-K to 12. 45% of them are Black, 21% are Hispanic, and 20% are white, 10% are Asian, and 5% are identified as other. And it also goes into the native language spoken by our students. Almost 21%, approximately 7,000 children are current English learning language learners, and we call them ELs. And 6,100 are former ELs. And currently, in our district, we have 82 languages being spoken. So, thanks to Nadia Nasser, she was able to pull together some data for me. When we talk about what languages or how many of our children, Spanish speaking, about 2,300, Arab speaking, about 600, Karen, about 500, Somalian, around 500, Burmese, about 400, speaking Swahili, about 300, and Bengali, about 265. These are the 7 most common spoken languages in our district. So with the work that Dr. Cash, under his leadership and the guidance of Dr. Fatima Morel, a lot of work has been done over the past 3 years in order to move or put in place and eliminate decades of systemic barriers which have interfered with our children receiving a culturally relevant education. And as a result, the great work of the Culturally Linguistically Responsible Teaching Initiative was created, and over the past 3 years, over 2,000 teachers and administrators have been professionally trained, with the understanding that it would help capture high expectations and to make it more relevant for our students. Monthly, and I don't know if you pay attention, but there is a CLRT newsletter that highlights the great practices that are going on in this district. And this, again, is one of the other items that is going on in this district that puts us above other districts. And I'm very proud of that. In addition to that, we have over 1,000 middle school students who are engaged in global studies. Under the Global Studies program, our children are working with students from all over the world. to propose solutions to important global issues which may impact our society and our culture. So we're doing a lot of work in the city of Buffalo, in Buffalo Public Schools. So in concluding that, whereas the Buffalo Board of Education was approached by the Arab American community to request that the Buffalo Public School District acknowledge and proclaim that April be Arab American Heritage Month, and after further discussion, it was determined that there was a desire to not only highlight the Arabic students in our district, but to place focus on a daily and monthly basis on the diverse culture of our student population. One such tool which is readily available, which can be expanded and modified, is our district calendar. Therefore, be it resolved that the superintendent directs Nadia Nasser, Assistant Superintendent to the Multilingual Education Department, to honor the request of the Arab community and modify our district calendar to reflect April as Arab American Heritage Month, and therefore be it further resolved that our district calendar be enhanced by including additional cultures, relevant facts, and websites with the goal of expanding the school community's knowledge and awareness of culture diversity and cultural relevancy. And so what we're doing now is we're walking the walk and we're talking the talk here. Not only do we have it going on inside our classrooms, we have an opportunity for our teachers and a learning opportunity, and possibly to have our community partners do things for our school district to further advance the subject so that our children know that it's okay for people to be different. We're living in this world together, and I believe that we're preparing our students to be world-class citizens by approving this. Are there any other individuals who would like to possibly sign on?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Also, last year in the Newton High School, our principal, Badinsky, he did Heritage Day for us. And then everybody in their own costume, we brought some food, we had a little PowerPoint, and you can't believe, like, the school was literally like a family. Everybody was asking questions, they were so into it. And I think we should have, like, every month, different heritage. We should just take a whole day and let, like, students know, because, you know, diversity, especially in the city of Buffalo, we have a lot of different cultures and different languages. I think this is a very good opportunity for our students. And it can help them a lot in the future.
What do they say? What are your students' feedback?
Oh, they love this because they learn so much, especially the Americans. You know, they don't know a lot about other cultures, and they're all.
No, we don't.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, it's
okay. You in Buffalo.
It's not even just about the heritage.
Yeah,
it's about the religion. They
right.
speak about the religion and how they used to live, and you know all that.
Can I just say something?
Well, I think Mr. Petrucci.
Oh, no, I was just going to co-sponsor.
Oh.
That's what we were
Okay.
I just want to say, Grant, I agree with you, and I think even we can go beyond the food and festival, and students can do poster presentations that you really can talk about religion and do all kind of technology. So that would be great.
Because a lot of
we're doing
like,
in the
for
colleges.
me, I went to a charter school, and I was the only Muslim girl over there. And they used to ask me so many questions.
I know, we won't get off on that.
Yes.
They asked me so much question about my heritage, and they were so interested.
Right.
So, you know, I think it's a really good idea.
Any other board members?
Yeah, I just have a question. So I just want to make sure I understand. I hear what you're saying, but I think that the resolution maybe are two different things than what it is that she's saying. So I just want to make sure that what we're doing. So the resolution says that as a district that we're going to put forth April as Arab American Month. Is that what we're
going to add it to our
We're going to add it to the district calendar,
which already has other things on it, but that's not on
and then just hang on one second. I got to say it out loud. Think of it. Okay. So then in the month of April, then as a district, then we will make an effort, just like we do in February with the African American History Month, that we will make an effort to include or introduce things that are related to the Arab culture. Is that what we're saying? Throughout the district?
We're saying that
it should happen.
It should be a conversation, and possibly I would even suggest having it come down. A school or whatever, come down to the board and be highlighted or something if they're doing something nice. or whatever. But you need to know that and I'll pass this around, on the diversity awareness calendar, all subgroups are identified throughout the calendar year round. So we're talking about just further enhancing this calendar to put that piece in and then going and put other ones in.
Okay, so then it's not just,
Start off.
hang on, so then it's not just Arab American month in April. You're saying every month of the year, like 1 month will be like the Burmese culture and 1 month will
The
be
Hispanic
like,
is in September.
Okay,
They
so
celebrate
okay, I haven't
there.
seen the
I want to
calendar.
point out that this is a national,
Yeah,
this is a national recognition of April. This is not just our district.
Okay.
This is part of a national recognition. And so I think you passing out the cultural diversity calendar, there's a calendar
Where is it?
which identifies.
Okay.
But we're going to do our own. We're gonna pre-
So is the whole calendar national, or is that something we're doing here just in the district?
National.
Yeah,
Every month there's something.
I think we. I
What
think-
is May?
Jewish American.
Jewish
Indian heritage.
Oh.
Asian heritage.
Okay.
Okay, so I think Hope is asking an important question because I want to be clear. If that,
Yeah.
if you're filling out the calendar from a standpoint of 12 months, each month would be, and there was a gap in April.
No. There are, if you take a look at, I went online and just looked at one I brought several, but I only looked at one that I really thought was good. And each month, there may be other groups. There may be 3 groups being honored in 1 month. Okay, 3 nationalities being honored in 1 month.
Such as Irish, and we know that's women's history, and giving that example, Greek, all in March.
Okay, yeah. So it's nationally, it's a national celebration. It's just that Buffalo is just now moving into the national scene. But in our calendar, if you want to take a look, there are things already on here. They have been working to add things on, and we talked a little bit about how we can do it in a better way. This idea originally came out of going to a convention, the Fiesta time, right? And
You're talking to an empty chair.
I couldn't help it. And seeing what New York City does with their calendars, their school calendars. And so it really is. And you can take a look at ours too. Take a look at what's going on in our present calendar if you have not. We have a lot of these.
So then, Sharon, the resolution is to have our calendar comport with this national calendar that recognizes all the
Yeah, we
various
basically create our
ethnicities
own,
and-
but individually to Buffalo, we're gonna. She wants to, highlight our own
Well,
students.
I just don't. The only thing that concerns me about that is, like you said, there's so many different cultures and religions.
that's only
I feel like if we're gonna include them, we need to include them all.
We are.
We can't just leave someone
That's
out.
what we-
That's
what we wanna do.
what it's doing.
It has
Every
5
month
in 1
has
month.
Okay.
a lot of difference.
And I think that's a good conversation for classroom teachers to have and start talking about it. If you look at our calendar, we have like September the 15th already, Hispanic Heritage Month began. It's already listed on there if you start going through the district. Native American Heritage Day is on the 23rd of November. And throughout our, so this is, you have the Hanukkah beginning and things like that. So we have a lot of things that are currently on it. But what I suggested is that we start maybe putting websites that you can connect and get additional information, like they did on that calendar that's floating now and things like that. So the sky is the limit. Ideally, we can have maybe speakers come after they, and I'm not sure what the American Arab American community is going to do or will do, but they can come back and share with us during the speaker time things that they've done. And they've talked about doing some things because I think I emailed everyone the information that was sent to me by Brother Adele about this. And you can see it's a lot that has gone into this. They have a website, curriculum, everything. It's really well planned nationally, and it's moving forward to becoming a national day too. National month, nationally accredited month. So it's just, I think it's great for us to talk about.
Colleagues, I think Hope's trying to ask just a clarifying question around expectations, because I think that. No question, we support as educators as many diverse cultures and that we can learn about and teach about grow our consciousness and awareness about, especially if there's accurate information about the many cultures that are part of the Buffalo Public Schools. And certainly in a minority school system where the majority of our teachers are not of, you know, the multiple cultures that you're referring to, it's educative for them as well. And that's what we're trying to do. But if it's, you know, it's a difference between saying, putting something into a calendar and marking maybe a major day or holiday within that culture versus having the expectation that we develop curriculum, we provide PD, we have instructional practices infused with. That puts quite an onus on our staff, which, you know, again, if there's links and websites and things that can point us to accurate sources of information, which the brother you referred to,
he's here now. They're here. They have there's a
1.2 million viewers or readers or something about accurate information. Then we can do that, you know. But I just think we're a bit off because we have 104 languages spoken in the Buffalo Public Schools, representing 84 countries around the world. And I'd like to have them all on the calendar in some, you know, special way, just to acknowledge
we do have
what we have.
No, go ahead. Or what we should do is just one day and take it like from school, and then we just have people bring their food and just just one day specialize it.
Well, I think that's an individual thing because Mason, my grandson, for the Chinese New Year, there's a young man that's Asian, and his teacher they did a little celebration in the classroom, and Mason came home telling me what year it was and some information about this young man's culture, and I was very impressed with that. So I think even as we talk about those credits, those student credits, maybe we can tie some into that. If you want to get a credit, you do 12 months worth of research on that. So many.
I would say there's a lot to do, but really it's a resource. Those things have always been available if you research them, always. Colleges use them all the time. They have calendars with all of that. But it is individual. Just like Black History Month, not every teacher does anything. They might say it is and whatever. So that's individual, but it's a resource. And if you can get websites and things with accurate information, that's great, you know. And sometimes kids can go on their own and research, and they get curious about things and they want to know. But I agree with it if the resolution is talking about producing a calendar as a resource without those expectations, because that's asking something different. That's what I would say.
All right. To vote, the passage of this resolution also takes a 2/3 vote. Just want to be clear on that.
Of the whole board of who's here?
Of who's here.
Oh, okay.
No, two-thirds
of the board.
Well,
two-thirds of the board are here, so.
Yes, you have if everybody.
You need just about everybody.
Need about everybody.
And it's good. So is that clear what the resolution is saying? As a resource that we want to add these things. It's a calendar. It's educative. It's informative. But no more. Then teachers and students will decide what they want to do. I'm for that. That's
so
what it says.
Can we have a roll call vote?
Yes, you may. Mrs. Belton-Cotman? Yes. Dr. Harris-Dick? Ms. Jay?
Yes.
Ms. McCosey?
Yes.
Mr. Petrucci? Yes. Ms. Woods?
Yes.
President Evergold?
Yes.
Then the resolution passes.
One other point, certain people wanted to be added on, my understanding. The board members had raised their hands, so we want to make sure that this is amended to include them as well.
Would you please raise your hand for a little moment longer so we can take a note of that for the record?
Everybody.
It's everybody.
It's for everybody.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll move on with the agenda. Then, Ms. Belton-Cotman, you finished making your report? We're at committee reports.
Well, I just wanted to inform our community that we did have a work session on April the 3rd. We discussed the upcoming school calendar options, We talked about board policy review, and we went into discussion in regards to the process for the annual evaluation for the superintendent. And that's as much as I'm ready to prepare to. Thank you.
We're running late, so I'll just touch upon 2 items. I had opportunity to go to South Park High School's Community Day. It was wonderful. First time I've seen someone making pet rocks in a long time. They had flowers and a flower planting, a basket wrap, a spaghetti dinner. It was great turnout, great to see so many people going through South Park School. Today, after a month delay, I finally was able to participate in Reading Across America at Lorraine Academy. We've had some scheduling conflicts, but it was great. Read one of my favorites, Hop on Top, so always a classic.
Grandchild, that's what she said.
The only thing I want to mention is we had the work session, I believe it was the 10th, and the budget was presented and the 4-year plan was presented. And, it was looking pretty good, and I'm looking forward to more refining it and making sure that everything addressed in this year's plan.
Thank you. Ms. McClosey.
The only thing I want to touch on is how I'm just going to keep on saying it. There's so much positive feedback about what we're doing in the schools. The narrative is changing, and there's more people talking about and actually asking questions, and not just saying how horrible things are, but want to know what we're doing and want to know why we're doing things, and you know, the conversation, public versus charter, all these things are happening, and I'm getting more feedback from folks. And also, I do want to say, what I didn't say earlier is this kind of partnership with the city. I would like for the superintendent to make sure that that dominant narrative stands true, and that the city is supporting the fact that the district is doing better. Like, if we're going to partner, I want to hear from the city and its elected officials and its folks about how we are doing a much better job, and start working with us on this narrative as opposed to just letting the narrative be what people thought it was.
That's a good point. I can say that, wouldn't you say, Will, that the mayor is a strong advocate today?
Oh, yeah. I'm saying there's a lot of conversation that sometimes folks just let be in the ether, and they don't push back on it. So I would hope that the city pushes back on it if we're supporting.
I got you.
We're working together.
Good point. Thank you.
With money, please. Thank you.
Ms. J?
So I had an opportunity to attend the 4th annual Restorative Practices Conference at the University of Buffalo on Saturday. And I came away from that thinking 2 things. One, that we are definitely putting some effort into what we're doing here in Buffalo. A couple of the presenters were actually Buffalo Public School teachers, and so I got sort of an inside look at what programs and how we're integrating restorative practices into the district. So I got that perspective, but I also got the perspective from somebody who, the keynote speaker, and I can't think of his name off the top of my head, was fantastic.
Dr. Spicer.
Spicer, yes, Reverend Spicer. And he came from Chicago, and he talked about how he turned his school around. And in listening to him and the challenges that he faced, and I could go into that for like an hour because it was just an amazing story. But there's so much more that we could be doing. Amen. And so, and I know that, you know, Larry got up and talked about this, and it's something that is, I think, should be on the forefront of our minds, because the research really does show that when a school has consistent policy with regard to this, and that we really put our uniformity and the culture and climate in the school is such that restorative practices are something that we're all doing, that we all buy into, that not only our suspensions decrease and attendance increase, but the level of violence in the school and the community decreases as well. So I think that I would like to go on record saying that I think that as a district we need to develop a policy, a uniform district policy on restorative practices, and we should really be looking at, like I said, I know we have a good start, but we're in the fledgling part of this, and there's so many good people out there who have been doing this work for so long that we really should be partnering with them and I don't know like what committee this goes to or how we do this, but your committee. So I'm going to ask to bring that to your committee.
Well, ultimately, it'd be student support services. Ultimately.
Okay.
Like going forward.
Well, whatever committee it goes to, I want to get a conversation going around that.
Okay, can we make sure that we're clear on what exactly we're asking staff to do? We want to, is it a policy on restorative practices?
Yes.
Okay, and the goal is to be uniform?
Ultimately, that we are going to be implementing it in every school. Right now, we have some schools that we're doing it in, but it's, I think she said it was like 14 schools. It's like a pilot thing. But I think we need to develop a district-wide policy and also look at how it's been done and how it's being done in other areas. Because, for example, like one of the things that he talked about. Were you there? I didn't see you.
I was there Friday. So we had a special session on Friday.
One of the things that he talked about was, when they brought this into his school, and he told this, he's a great storyteller. He told the story about how, his principal came to him and said, I'm going to anoint you the culture and climate director of this school. And he's like, what's a culture and climate director? And, he went and Googled it, and, like he had no idea what it was. Well, I mean, so essentially, basically what he said is, and I think I sent you guys an email. I took a picture of his presentation. I sent it to you. But he said that every school should have a culture and climate director. I don't know that that's possible. I don't know if we can creatively figure out a way to do that.
The principal.
But or maybe it's
supposed to be.
Okay. So I mean, but I think we really need to look at it. We need to dig deeper on this.
I think that's right. I would make an educative comment about it in the sense that it might be better to talk about, exploring or what the vision is, as opposed to trying to say how it should look like operationally, because I think we got to always get feedback from our staff, from teachers, from the students themselves. We got to look at that pilot, see what's working well, what still needs to be corrected around this. I've seen it. They used to long ago restorative classroom, and one principal that I hired, he said, I'm going to turn this school around. And he turned it around by having every classroom become a restorative classroom. Now, in his school, training all the teachers, committing to it, that's a big part of it, committing to it, putting his resources behind that school went from worst to first.
Well, that's exactly
because it changed the climate and culture, and it changed the expectations about the kids by the staff, which is kind of number one, really. Well, how do you think about the students and what you think about them? So I'm a proponent of that. There's different ways to get there. Restorative practice, Kingian nonviolence. We use that writ large in Memphis because it was a different name and it cloned better, but it was somewhat similar. So we're for this, and I just think I appreciate you saying let's continue to talk about this. Let's turn this into some kind of practice, and let's make it a priority for the board going forward. That's what I hear you saying.
Can I have some clarity here? Because you said it was Dr. Cash, you're talking about the vision or whatever. But what I heard when I listened to the woman speaking today who said her child was suspended because she swore, and to me the first thing I thought is that's a violation of the code of conduct, that she should not have been suspended. Okay, so what I'm concerned also with monitoring and providing additional support to people who are not following the guidelines. I mean, you can't continue to suspend children and not have a consequence. You need to have some additional training. There's something wrong. You didn't read something right.
Well, especially in the second and third grades, I've been getting a lot of feedback.
So I think we need to look at it and talk about it a little bit more.
That actually, embrace restorative practices, that would have never happened. I mean, there's so many preliminary interventions that should have taken place before the suspension was even thought about, and that so that's.
But here's where I'm going with Hope. Why is it acceptable for some principals to do it, and others not to do it or are not doing it. And so if we're going to do this, I want to see some uniformity put in this.
Well,
as
ultimately, yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a huge district, and it seems like if we're just sort of doing a piecemeal school by school.
Okay, board members, this is really a discussion that the committee that really.
But at least we got an
place.
understanding of what
Right.
we're going to start looking at.
Yeah, I think
And
going forward, that needs to be the subject of a long discussion.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, I'm going to go into Dr.
So just for the sake of time, I'm only going to talk about 3 points, 3 things that I've been doing since our last board meeting. But I did want to say on what we talked about in our district before we talked about restorative practices. It used to be responsive class. Very similar.
That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
what you're
That might
talking
have
about.
actually
That's
been
the
the word.
research.
Responsive class, so that's what
Do
it
you remember that, Ann?
That is what it was.
Responsive class? I mean, that was right.
It's a similar thing. Now.
I'm not dating you. I'd be dating myself. I'm not dating you.
That's what it is.
We're going to add
responsive
that to
class.
the conversation.
So I'm going to talk about, I've continued meeting with the stakeholders at Build Community School. Things are going very, very well at Build. The partnership with UB is good. Again, I'm going to lift up David Gorlowski and his writing work that he's doing in that school. And just about now, every teacher wants him. And that's that mindset. I mean, he models, he's in there, he's working. So great stuff is going on there. I'm hoping soon we will be bringing him. May 8th, everybody, the public, you want to come and look at the work that David Orlowski, Dr. Orlowski is doing at Build. So that continues to do well. We're giving reports to the state twice a month. That's going well. We're getting great feedback from the state. I visit the classroom. The kids are happy to be there. I've talked with parents. They're very happy to be there. Their after school and their academies is going well. So things are going well at Build. The second thing is the TFA. Last Wednesday in the Student Achievement Work Session, we had a presentation from TFA Executive Katie Campos, and we met some other executive officers in the Buffalo connection. And I emphasize Buffalo because it really, really does not necessarily mirror the national in the same way. Ms. Campos have been able to create something very unique here, very aligned to our needs here. She works well with HR. We have some phenomenal teachers at a few schools in Buffalo, and they are just doing great work. TFA renewal is in your packet. You had questions. Ms. Campos made sure she got back to us right away. I sent it out right away. I asked if there's any more questions, anything else that you would be concerned with. I would ensure that you would get that, and I received none. So I'm hopeful that we're going to have a favorable vote this evening on TFA. It has been an asset in this district. TFA Buffalo has been an asset in this district. Last, I had the wonderful opportunity, 3rd year, to attend the culminating program of Our Story Project. And I mean, Dr. Cash, you just got to get there. First of all, I want to say kudos to the School of Culinary School, Emerson.
I was
phenomenal
at Jessica Bauer Walker.
Oh, you were at Build. It's on the wow. Okay, phenomenal food and phenomenal setup and hosting from Emerson School. Just excellent. But the young folks that are involved in Our Story Project, that's McKinley students, East students, it's just phenomenal. And they got penned last night, and Dr. Morrell was so kind to share one with me and
It's
Barbara.
in the brief.
Our story. Oh, is it? I'm sorry, I didn't see it yet. So it was wonderful. But what was most exciting, and every year I love it, is that after the pinning ceremony, we also had the DJ rapper, Griot B. He was there, and he was wonderful. But how these students, they get at the table with their parents and their peers, and they share their story. And they are building their story every year because they're learning about their culture. Man, and they are connected to their ancestors and grandparents and work that has been done that they didn't know about. So kudos to Dr. Fatima Morrell and her staff, because these young people are just excited. And I said to someone just last night, I said, they don't even know. They don't even know, but after college, they're going to sit and say, God, I can't believe all that I got. It's really going to impact them as they get older. Now it's just, oh, this is interesting stuff, but they'll be able to tell kids the foundation of their education in Buffalo Public School was one that they learned about themselves and their culture. And I didn't have that growing up.
They'll do better in school.
They'll do better. It's just going to be amazing.
Right.
So it was wonderful, and I was accompanied by, of course, Dr. Never Go, and she'll tell you a little more about it. But it was a wonderful ceremony. That's it.
But the museum, wasn't it Buffalo?
Buffalo History Museum. Wonderful.
I want to go back to Miss Sammy if there's anything that missed that you want to say. Okay, so we'll wrap up. Ditto to what Dr. Harris just said. I did not have the opportunity to stay for the student presentation, but last year I did, and they were phenomenal last year. So we got our pens, and Middle Early College was the third school that's been involved, and definitely kudos to all the staff because it's intensive work and it's committed work. And you know, you could just see the excitement, you know, and the self-confidence of those students because they've been able to work on telling their story, learning what comprises their story. And as I told them, every one of them has a story that's wrapped up in the story of their families, it's wrapped up in the story of their community. So, you know, it's a self-learning experience. I just have two things that I want to comment on. I talked a lot about this at our meeting last week, so I'm not going to really go into depth about the young man who was killed a week and a half ago or so. And I went to School 45 and was there in his classroom with his fellow students as they sat in a circle similar to the restorative, well, it was a restorative circle. And I just wanted to, for the record, to really commend the crisis team for the work that they did in that school that day. Everybody was crying in that school. I was crying. It was the most intensive experience that I've had in a long, long time. And I think that we also don't realize perhaps that the crisis, folks, that takes a toll on them too. Everyone is impacted by a tragedy like the one that was experienced. And we've had other tragedies like that. You know, other tragedies, other students who died, you know, violently. And we need to nurture everybody. You know, as Ms. Shippen has said, the teachers need to be nurtured, the staff, everyone is impacted by those incidents. And but as a community, we came together. We grieved together, they cried, they laughed a little bit together, and they're starting to heal, I'm sure, together. But we can't lose sight of the fact that we need to make sure that the supports are there, and we need to acknowledge, I think, again, the work that the staff did, which is phenomenal. And Dr. Rosser, definitely thank Dr. Rosser. Thank you for all of that. And then on another note, which is related to that, Dr. Cash reported in his daily brief our attendance at a violence committee or a violence panel community meeting on Saturday at Bennett High School. And if I never go to one of those again, that'll be too soon for me. Because quite frankly, we do not need individuals talking about the problem. We know the problem. We know the experiences of people, older people like myself and Dr. Cash, who's older. By the way, because someone is facing me in a couple of days, and I'm acutely aware of my age. But at any rate, you know, yes, we need every voice to be at the table, but quite frankly, the voices talking at young people, trying to, you know, convince young people that they shouldn't go that route. Young people know that. We need to have everybody at the table coming up with solutions. And so, you know, if this gets back to the DA, I hope it does, because we need to move the agenda to solutions. We don't need any more panel discussions of old folks talking to people, young people, about, you know, what I did back in the day, and you listened to that. I'm sorry, I'm not going to go on, but at any rate, the point being made, we have to come together as a community with some solutions.
Can I just ask
Sure.
you guys a question? My understanding was that Dr. Johnson was there in his office.
Don't go there, don't go there.
Oh, so I'm just wondering if that's one of your.
You don't want to hear what I have
Okay,
to say.
colleagues, let me say this, and I'm very serious about it. Hear me. For Barbara and I, this one hit a chord somewhere deep down in the pit that just I didn't even know the chord was there. And what I've done in the sense that I would suggest this: student achievement, equity, but I think it's within our purview to lead, given what we've heard, because they haven't addressed the issue at all, on violence. Violence is a justice issue. It's just like I shared with you all of these justice issues that our children face daily. Transportation justice, housing justice, poverty justice, racial justice, juvenile justice, food justice, curriculum justice, assessment justice, on and on. But this violence justice, and especially gun violence, if a community wants to do something to first curb it and then really eliminate it, we know what to do. Because other countries, other communities, they've taken a much bigger bite out of this than we have. So just like Hope said, we got a long way to go on restorative practice, even though we've started. The issue isn't looking for who did this. That's not the issue. The issue is, why is it even happening? Why do you even have a gun that can shoot 800 yards with people who have no skill, shouldn't have? It's only a military thing. You can get rid of these with some very proven policies around gun control and guns and so forth. So there's policy solutions to this, and then there's programmatic community intervention programs around this that we can take. And I would suggest, rather than say we got to come in, let's be proactive, and as a board going forward, let's make this part of our ongoing work until it is significantly reduced. You're losing children every year. I know, one of them said if it was his child, he shouldn't even be talking like this. We shouldn't even be here. And that community is coming together. They'll do something. I'm just telling you how it is, okay? And we need to be more as educators around this and just work. I don't mind. That's something the city and we can work on, right?
That's what we're talking about.
And law enforcement we can work on. But we're just around the edges on this right now. I want to get deep into it and start to really so if you don't mind, I'll take some leadership with you around this and start to think about some structures to work on it, specific programs. Look up the Gifford Law Center, for example. Gifford Law Center as a national resource for addressing this. They've done a lot of good research. They're active in this. I want to join with that law center and some of the work that they're doing in cities around the country. Buffalo should join that effort. And then if we look to Australia or we look to New Zealand after the incident that Maria talked to us about, since that time, they have eliminated guns from that country, and then they've taken some very specific policy steps to reduce that. So that's where we've got to. That's where we've got to go, colleagues. And I'm going to take some leadership on this because it's like anything. If you stand by and you see it and don't do anything about it, that's an action.
Yes.
That's an action. And I don't want to be that on this. And let's join with all the partners. You heard earlier the health and wellness people, Jessica's group. You hear Larry talking about specific strategies, because it begins with youth too, around helping them learn a better way to deal with anger and so forth. So there's a lot of approaches. I want to get specific and concrete, work them over in your committees, and let's do this. Are you? That's the work now to me.
All right.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay.
All right, we're gonna do it.
Somebody got to do something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, may I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Harris Hicks, second by Mr. Petrucci, all in favor?
Aye.
Behind it.
Yes.
May I make a motion to excuse our 2 board members?
Right. Did we finish this one? Did you finish the first one?
We did.
Oh, okay. So fast.
So let's move to excuse 2 board members, Mr. Quinn and Ms. Pierce. Second, Dr. Harris Tick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, on the consent agenda, 11F, Mr. Petrucci.
Hi, just a quick question
Hi,
regarding,
Maria.
regarding this item. It was rated the highest, but it was also the most expensive. It just struck me as odd that normally when we go to these things, we want either the least expensive or something that's reasonable, you know, but going with I just think it incentivizes people to add additional items to make them more attractive and run up the bill.
What are we talking about, the APTT?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, Ann, are your people here?
Deanna,
Yeah.
What's her name?
Deanna Rivera.
Ms. Rivera, you gonna answer the question? All right, thank you.
I think I heard half the question. Your question was regarding how it's
Sure. It was rated the highest among all these, but it was also the most expensive. So going forward, normally we go with the lowest responsible bidder. I just think as a practice that just incentivizes people to add more and more things so they get a higher rating so they can charge us more money.
I understand your concern. We are under the obligation by the Office of Professions to go with a company that is owned by a licensed OT for OT services and a licensed PT for PT services. Not many of those companies are out there. Several of the bidders, all except for one other one, were all staffing agencies and not owned by a licensed OT or PT. The only other company that was owned by licensed OT and PT, when they responded to the bid, they estimated that they could provide us with 10 therapists for OT and 10 for PT. So based on, there is a reason.
Oh, I had raised the question on that same item, but you know, had answered it that the reason there is no minorities in that group and you weren't able to reach out. I mean, it's just a $5 million contract, and I'm saying where's the minorities, and he's saying because of that stipulation that it has to be owned by an OT or PT, you weren't able to reach out to any minority companies.
Myself or Purchase was not aware of any business owned by a minority. I would point out that this business is owned by women, both for the OT and PT. But just for some statistics for you, according to the Department of Labor, in the profession for OT, only 2.5% are African American and 4.2% are Hispanic. For PT, it's 7.4% for African American and 4.3% for Hispanic. So there would have to be someone in that group that owns a business that provides contracted services to schools. So that's why it's so limited. I also did do a search of the Erie County MBE, WBE listing to see if there was any OT or PT companies, and none came up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Second item, Mr. Petrucci, you have was 13C.
Sure, this was the transfer of 358 and 360 Fougeron. I know that one of the things that the district has struggled with is that many of our buildings are landlocked and don't have access to green space or open space around them. I was just wondering, are we actively and do we often, or do we, when the chance avails itself, explore more of these opportunities just to get adjacent lots or adjacent properties when we can?
We don't have an active program underway. You know, this is we were looking for. What drove this was the need for a site for a playground.
Yes. Yes.
To that point, this is the second such thing we've done with the city within the past year. This one worked out very quickly. They're very cooperative with us to provide these lots to do this playground. But we've also done a similar thing with the city over the past year, and Dr. Preston knows this as well, with some of the community gardens that are located right next to some of our schools that are owned and maintained by the city, and we're cooperating and collaborating with them so our students have access to those community gardens that lie adjacent to some of our schools. And so we've been doing that as well. So where there is that opportunity and where the city owns the property, we've been taking advantage of that. Beautiful. Thank you.
And the next item is 18E, also.
Yeah, I'm going to steal a tune from Sharon. I'm going to ask how these schools were selected.
Go ahead. That's right. Any question?
So for
Good evening.
For music.
Yeah, this was actually only School 30 in this case as part of the Saturday Academy and the community schools efforts. So we tried to maximize on Mr. Schwann's efforts to put more strings and instruments. And so we're working with the Philharmonic Orchestra at 30. They have a great partnership. And so we took some of the CSP and some of the title, some of the dollars for funding for music. And we are expanding some of the offerings just at 30.
But I thought there was like 6 sub-schools that were also participating.
Correct. That's part of his rollout. Okay. But this particular board resolution is around School 30 and expanding it in that school, or after school and on Saturdays for our adults.
Sedita.
I'm sorry, Frank Sedita.
Frank Sedita.
School number 30.
Okay. Any hope to expand it in the future to more schools, because the expansion of our music programs is always of great interest to the parents and the board?
Yeah, so as part of the community schools, we're trying to expand our music offerings not only in ELT but also on Saturdays, so that we can get some of our adults playing with some of our students. We're looking to try to get like a Latin band, Latin jazz going, which is why Sedita is kind of focused given their bilingual population.
Very Tito Puente of you.
Tito Puente, yeah, no problem.
On that point,
Well, I would like to see where the Title IV monies are going. I had originally asked that the board get a presentation on the titles, Title 1 through whatever we're doing, and it never happened. And the reason I asked that is because when I went to the meeting on it, it appeared, Lou and I were the only two there, that the resources were not being equitably dispersed for music. And I asked that question at that point. So now we come back and we have, and I believe this school was on that that Title IV that day. Okay, there were 3 schools, if I remember right, from the west side that were on there. And so my question is, when does the other parts of the city get some music, some instruments? Okay, because the other one was about fixing, if I remember right. It was about repairing equipment. Okay.
For Title IV, I'm happy to get
I'm not
you a list.
sure which title it was, and I'm not going to try to own the titles.
Okay.
All I know is that when I asked the question, I specifically asked why were these schools selected. Okay, at that meeting I asked that because I was again concerned that there have been decades of schools not receiving musical instruments, and you had a school. These schools' instruments were being repaired, and ads were being done to them. And I asked that at that meeting. So I feel that there's a need for some sort of presentation to this board on how Title I monies are being spent and what's involved in it, because from my perspective, I'd like to see the wealth spread. Okay, I would really like to see more of that. Mm-hmm.
I just want to expand on that point too, that I feel that it's a catch-22 in my district, because there's monies that are allotted because of the such high diversity and whatnot that we have. So if that becomes an advantage in the district, that becomes like almost a negative conversation across the city, right? So if there's a lot, I don't know if it's tied to all the different funding because there's different cultures, or because you know what I mean? Like I feel like there's some things that my district receives based on the population and the makeup of my district, and there's some things that what my district receives other districts don't, but it's just because of the funding that comes in for that population. So I'm looking to see, you know, and I don't know how else to put it, but you know, what funding, not just with this, but what funding, and you know, how the titles fall depending on culture, depending on diversity, depending on, and how that affects the entire city.
That probably did not play into the Title IV funding, but I'm happy
I mean,
to get...
I'm just saying, like, in general, to me that strikes it as if there's 3 schools on the west side that did it, and, you know, maybe not other schools.
There were a number of schools that received funding, not just on the west side. But I can get the list of schools that received either staffing and or equipment.
Okay.
I do too. A lot of it was determined by accountability status at the time.
And that's just a question because I just want to know. It could be 101. I don't care.
I think the suggestion, Ms. McCosey, is that this is an item again that could be well discussed in committee.
Right.
So we could send that to the committee. I'm not sure which one at this point. The student support, perhaps.
Yeah, I just want to put it out there.
Student achievement.
Student achievement?
All right.
I don't think, I think
Achievement?
what Sharon asked for was an explanation what type of fund for funding provides and where the funding went. And I think she's also saying that we have all the Title Is and Title IIs and the sources of funding, what they provide for and how they're allocated through our schools is something we want to address as part of the budget process and part of the equity conversation.
All right, thank you.
Well, no, Darren asked for us to discuss where it should go. So, to what committee it should go to, because it is dealing with funding that typically would go to finance and ops. So we want to get some clarity. They want some clarity on where it should be.
What are we talking about? What's the issue?
Title, the purpose of
the title grant.
The funding.
That's finance.
Yeah. All right, so we'll put that in finance and ops for further extended discussion. Dr. Harris-Tick, you have
Yes,
several items.
and I don't know if this, Madam Chair, if I need a motion or what have you, but I'd like to have C, D, and E, 11 C, D, and E removed as the presentation is coming to student achievement on May 8th. We're a little bit ahead of where we need to be. C, D, and E.
11C.
11C, D, and E.
To be removed from.
To remove until after our May 8th student achievement work session where we're getting a presentation. If you would be so kind.
Well,
we had some discussion about that, as I recall.
Sure.
Looking at this, they say the term is May the 1st. So, are we going to delay payment?
Would that delay payment?
These are the items related to middle early college.
It's for middle early college. Yeah, we don't have any outcome data at this point because it's scheduled for May 8th.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to do anything either.
All right, thank you. I'm also asking, for the purposes of the vote at this point, that we remove 24A from the consent agenda.
24A?
And,
okay.
And vote on that separately, if there's any discussion on this
That's
item.
good.
Okay. So now the roll call vote. We're not removing it from discussion or from voting tonight. We're just removing it from the consent agenda so there can be some discussion.
C, D, and E, we're going to move it to the next work.
All right.
Is that going to jeopardize?
No, it's not.
Okay.
All right, Madam, roll call vote.
Yes, Mrs. Beltrami. No exceptions. No exceptions. Dr. Harris-Tick.
No exceptions.
Ms. J.
No exception.
Ms. McCosey.
No exception.
Mr. Petrucci. No exceptions. Ms. Woods.
No exceptions.
President Evergold.
No exception.
Consent agenda passes.
Thank you. All right, on 24A, I just asked to have that removed from the consent agenda in the event that this is related to the charter schools, enterprise, and Westminster renewal. And as you all know, we received a letter from State Ed denying the original recommendation that we had made to have the charter licenses removed or not removed, the license renewed for another 3 years, and directing us to make a decision regarding renewal, giving us the option of a 2-year renewal or recommending closure. So before we voted on this, if anyone has any comments, questions, or concerns they'd like to raise, the floor is open to that.
I have a question. My understanding is that the district, and maybe I overlooked it in the email, was given a list of mandates from the state that we have to handle in regards to working with these two schools, Westminster Charter and Enterprise Charter. Has anybody seen those? Did I overlook an email or something?
The letter? Because it wasn't a list of mandates, they just asked that the board reconsider with the following comments. A charter term no longer than 2 years should be considered based on insufficient evidence of academic success by the applicants, the school's failure to meet the percentage of students with disabilities and English language learners when compared to the district of vocation, and failure to meet or exceed other performance framework benchmarks. In addition, Education Law, Section 2852, 5B, requires that the charter authorizer reconsider the proposed charter, taking into consideration the comments and recommendation of the Board of Regents. So they didn't send a list, but what they were saying is that they haven't met key items.
But I asked the regent, I had a conversation with her, and she said that after that was issued the next day that they did put together something. So can you just double check and make sure that, because she said that you guys have to follow these guidelines, and she made it seem that it was very serious, okay, that they had gotten together and given us a list of things. What I want to say in regards to this is that this is a very difficult issue to address because the parents of the Westminster and the Enterprise Charter schools feel that these schools are serving their children to the best and that they've made an excellent selection. And I don't want to ever undermine a parent's right for choice. However, in the conversation with the regent, it was very clear to me that if there's not major turnaround within the next year, that it will not be an option that the district will have at the end of 2 years. That either they take the support and the necessary steps to change this around, but that the history has gone on long enough. And this being an election year, the last thing anyone wanted to do was get into a debate with parents about their school choices, okay? But we need to make sure that it is clear that Aloma B. Johnson withdrew their application for renewal because of the pressure that was being put on them, and they ultimately withdrew based on finances, okay? However, if they have outperformed these two schools, then I'm wondering if it wasn't political just to give Aloma B a difficult time. How do you justify, continuing this, and Aloma B is gone, and Aloma B was outperforming these other two schools? It's just like, it's hypocritical in a lot of respects. So the state puts so much pressure on them, and that's why I believe there's a letter, okay, or there's something that's out there for us to monitor. But the only reason, and it was clear, that these schools are being allowed to continue is because of their affinity with the Buffalo Public Schools. And the parents need to understand that if these were not district-sponsored charters, this would not be happening, and these schools would be being closed, and we would be having to deal with it. Okay, so all this, okay, that's the truth. Okay, so that's where we are, and I just want the parents to know that, we're not being difficult with these schools, but this is the state coming down on us in regards to this. And they are not playing this time around. This will not happen in 2 years from today. It will not. They are clear about that. Either there is demonstrative change, or there will not be, these schools will not exist in the very near future. Okay?
Ms. McCosey. So, Sharon said everything that I was literally going to say, right down to you almost question, as an individual, I was questioning, I know we all raised the issues that came up. We raised the issues around, disparity. We raised those questions with everybody here. But we're also not even just because it's an election year, but some of those people we know personally, right? So I just want to publicly state that as human beings, being a part of governance and being a part of, you know, just having relationships in the community and sitting in this position was, now I see, when I saw that letter from the state, I have a job to do. This is about good governance, and good governance states that regardless of, you know, whether it was a BPS, you know, tied school, that there were serious concerns that was raised, and they matched the concerns that the state brought up. And I feel like maybe we all have to, like, kind of revisit through executive session, whatever, but revisit how we approached this and asked all the right questions, but how we ended up making the decision that we made. And you know, now the state is looking at us, not those parents, not the people who sat in front of us, but they're looking at the district and the board as to why we made that decision. So, you know, I could be making a bunch of people mad, but good governance, you know, has me thinking that I allowed my heartstrings to get pulled as opposed to doing and saying exactly what I was bringing up. So that's just my perspective.
But the state had options, Jim.
Oh, I'm sure, but you know, it
They
sat
didn't
in front of us too,
exercise theirs.
and so did all those parents and the families.
They didn't exercise their options. They wanted us to be the heavy hitter.
I'm done.
Okay. I just want to be clear also that the board had a great deal of discussion prior to this vote regarding these schools and when they made the original recommendation. But now we're at the point, unfortunately, that the time that we have been given to re-decide our recommendation is limited by the fact that the Regents meets again in May and expects us to have the decision back to them prior to their meeting. So, you know, I wanted to make sure that we were clear and that we communicated, you know, why this decision is being remade at this point in time. The board made its recommendation initially, and we have been required to revisit it. And I did not receive anything other than the initial letter from the state indicating the need to revisit this issue. So in terms of specifics, there are detailed
Well, maybe
specifics.
it is. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Not, yeah, but I'm saying, you know, I don't think we got any detailed specifics as to what we should be looking at. But at this point in time, I will entertain a motion on this resolution. Well, maybe we don't have to have a motion, maybe we just need to have a roll call vote on this particular motion to accept as provided in the new recommendation. 2 years, I think is what we have in the resolution. Yes.
So when we had the hefty discussion, I did recommend 2 years, and I was trying to convince my colleague, as you recall, that 2 years, and it came back from that office that 2 years at that time was not a viable option, but it was 3 or close.
No, 2 year was a viable option. The discussion at the board, if I remember, was that the schools thought it would be difficult to retain the teachers if they only agreed to a 2 year. The 3 year was more palatable because then they wouldn't have.
That was our discussion.
Right.
We would, if you can go back, it was said 2 years is not an option. Is what was said at this table, because I was trying to convince everyone that 2 years is enough time, thinking of their longevity and all of that. Okay. And 2 years at that time was not an option. So they looked at our recommendation, and they have a different thinking, they, the Regents, and so now 2 years is an option. I just wanted to make that. Okay. And if anybody want to go back and look at that tape, that is actually what happened at this board table. And I think Dr. Neville will agree with me. And I think folks here were worried about teachers 2 years, they might all leave. And I said, I don't think you got to worry about that. I think I look at the whole thing. But so I just want to make that clear on the record.
So clearly at this point, we are voting on a resolution to recommend to the State Ed Department a extension of the charter for Westminster and Enterprise for a 2-year term.
And then do they get to reconsider again also? Regents.
This goes back to them at their May meeting. So, but in the letter that was sent, they said that they would not approve anything more than 2 years. So, in the conversations I've had with Associate Commissioner Renee Ryder, chief has said a 2-year will be approved at the May meeting if the board sends an updated resolution with that in there.
Did the regents give the schools the parameters of what they have to do? Because I saw things about they have to have more ELLs, more special eds. Did they give that to them so they know what they're up against? Did
Well,
they give it to the
it's
schools?
been public. I don't think the letter that we received was confidential. So,
Well, and we think they
but
said to the schools.
but I'm not sure. I mean, okay, so may we have a roll call vote?
On order, Dr. Harris Tate.
Yes, for 2 years.
Ms. Jay.
Yes.
Ms. McCosey.
Yes.
Mr. Bertucci. Yes. Ms. Woods.
Yes.
President Evergo.
Yes. Ms. Belton Cotman, is a vote?
She cast a vote, yes, carried. Resolution passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, that is the consent agenda. We do have executive session. Yes. So, may I have a motion to go into executive session for the following purposes? 1, to discuss pending litigation with PEPCA. 2, to discuss pending litigation with M. Bauer. 3, to discuss pending litigation with BCSA. 4, to examine information related to a current investigation that would be detrimental to that investigation if it were disclosed. 5, to discuss matters leading to the potential discipline of a particular district employee. And 6, for the purpose of receiving legal advice. Motion, please. Posey, second. Ms. Woods, all in favor? All right, should we take a 10-minute break?
We should take a dinner break.
Go home.
The board went into executive session for the following purposes: to discuss pending litigation with PECTA, to discuss pending litigation with M. Bauer, to discuss pending litigation with BCSA, to examine information related to a current investigation that would be detrimental to that investigation if it were disclosed, to discuss matters leading to the potential discipline of a particular district employee, and for the purpose of receiving legal advice. No action was taken during executive session. Now, may I have a motion authorizing the district to pay $50,000.00 to fully settle the court action between PECTA and the board with index number 2010-7988, and authorizing the superintendent to execute the settlement documents. Moved Ms. Woods, seconded Ms. Belton Cotman. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. Second, may I have a motion authorizing the district to pay $15,000 to fully settle Bauer v. the Buffalo Public Schools et al. I have a motion, Ms. McCosey, seconded Mr. Petrucci. All in favor? Aye. Aye. No. And seeing no's, motion passes. May I have a motion to adjourn? All right. We are adjourned.
You want to take care? Are you done with those books, Mrs. Scott?
Yeah. I want one of them books.
I, you know.